Welcome everybody to the first, or the third, of the Regional League Teams competition held here in the mighty city or town of Masterton. I'll talk you through the program and what we've got coming up. You can see we're making our way to the back of the track. Our first event here, I'm just loading up the program, is the 70-metre hurdles. We're starting off the open age groups. So right, let's go back. We're starting up the 300-metre hurdles. In lane 4, we have Aggie Shearer. Lane 5, Taylor Trow. Lane 6, Grace Fannin. Range of athletes in this race from ages. Oh, we've just had an addition. Late addition to the races in lane 3. We have Aris Marie. I apologise for the pronunciations today. I am pretty shocking. But we will roll with what we have. Pulling out the conditions for you today in the mighty city of Masterton. We're currently sitting at a hot 19 degrees with an expected high for the day of appearing up to 21 degrees is the maximum. The start scene have been given the clear. You can see the athletes making their way to the blocks. Athlete in lane 4 is doing a bit of a high knee skip. The athletes here are still preparing, and that is the gun off, and we're away racing. You can see the athletes just on the back straight coming around. You can see the white athlete jumps over first with the athlete from Wanganui in second and third respectively. It is still the athlete Aggie Shearer pulling away from her nemesis from Wanganui.
The hurdle height.
We can see there the woman coming along just over the last flight of barriers for the Palmerston North athlete. They're now coming up to just one flight to go, and it is Aggie absolutely striding for the line. And a push for the end. We get you the results for that as soon as they appear. So it is first Aggie Shearer from Palmerston North. We have the Ngātawa athlete running in what maybe a wrong singlet there.
Go up a height, the others stay where they are.
We can see the athletes coming along the start list. The results should be up any moment now, and it is Aggie Shearer from Palmerston North Athletics Club in first in 46.32, followed by Grace Fannin with Aris Marie from Wanganui second and third, and Taylor Trow, the fourth athlete from Palmerston North. What a margin of victory there by Aggie. Our times are just being changed to show our under 18 athletes. You can see now the officials are ensuring that all the hurdles have been set at the correct height. the next race now on the track. The next race is the boys and the men's 300 meter hurdles. So this race is for the under 18s athletes. Race the 300 meter hurdles with the 0.76 height, which is still very high to get over. It's like climbing over a mountain every step. This athlete contains 4 in the field. Lane 2, Bruce McGregor from Wanganui. Lane 5, Connor Arthur from Kapiti Mana. Lane 6, Hunter Lyford from Hornets. And lane 7, running out the field, is James McGregor. You can now see in the long jump on the board now is who we appeared to be Luca Donaldson from the Hornets team, making a run up, just taken off the board. We'll take you on a swing of all these track events so far. And the men and the boys hammer throw, it was taken out by Connor Sharkey in 53.12 with Nikora in second and Case in third with 53.12, 41.7 and 39.64 respectively. We're just waiting now for the next race on the track. The men's, or the boys for this age, 300 meter hurdles at the 0.63 height. You can see some athletes in the back of the track staying out of the shade, the EDMs for the fields later on in the day. Currently in the men's long jump is Angus Thongskal is in the lead with Jack Bryan in second with 6.55 and 5.9 respectively. Taking it back to the previous team's competition, let's give you the standings and who is in the lead overall in the competition. And the race is off. You can see the runners are off on the way. We've got just 4 in this race with the lanes 5, 6, 7 and 1. Odd standings, but it is what we have. Lane 1 has the smaller hurdles with outer lanes having taller hurdles.
838 is the upper ones and 762 is the lower ones.
We have athletes coming up, but I cannot identify any of those athletes. We've got 2 blank singlets, but the Kapiti Mana is accessible. We have Connor Arthur in the lead, making a stride. Oh, and he hits that barrier. He goes down. That is still a legal hurdle technique. That moves him from second to third. With athletes in first coming up, just waiting on the times now, which appear to be around 45 seconds. Looks like Bruce McGregor from Wanganui took out the lead in that race. And that is confirmed. Bruce McGregor, lane 1, lane 2, takes it out in 42.42. Around a 54 second if he was to race that in the senior 400 meter distance. Lane second is James McGregor, the older brother, in 43.38.39. Connor Arthur, who we just saw had the fall, in third. 44.21 and Hunter Lyford in fourth. 44.91. Look out now on the track. We move away from the long hurdles to the 100, the raw speed. Those events start at 12:30. So we've got 20 short minutes until the start of these men's 100 metre, which is on track to be an absolute barn burner. We have Mr. Jonathan Maples, who is coming off a great season, having run a 6:89 earlier this week on Tuesday, and his goal for this 100 is to, quote, scare some people. He wants either a 10:4 or a 10:5. Just checking out the wind in those events. The wind on this venue is minus 0.4. Little bit of a headwind for the athletes, but depending on when the times come along, we could see something quick. All we need is a slight wind change, and then it is race time. Looking ahead in the day, the rest of the schedule. Rest of the schedule. At 12:30, we have the women's 100 meter. At 12:40, we have the men's 100 meter. At 12:50, we have the mixed men's and women's 3,000 meter race walk. At 1:15, we have the women's 2,000 meter steeplechase. At 1:25, we have the men's 2,000 meter steeplechase, which only for the younger athletes, nothing here for the big boys. We have at 1:35 the women's 400, 1:45 the men's 400, closely followed by the 1500s men's and women's at 1:15, 1:55 and 2:05. Then we get on to a relay action. Let's see who's going to be the first to drop the baton. Who's going to lose their team heaps of points. Looking back at the second meet of the series, the Central League Teams Competition number 2. On the men's side, the competition was taken out I don't know how these points are scored. The team's competition was taken out by Hutt Valley with a whopping 177 points, with Wanganui Athletic and Harriers in second with 114 points, and Kapiti Mana in 100. Then looking at the women's side, Palmerston North Athletic and Harriers Club absolutely wiped the floor with everyone else on 226.5 points, with Team Wairarapa on 135 and Athletics Taranaki on 126, with Kapiti Mana just behind them at 122. Interestingly, on the men's and women's side, Kapiti and Taranaki had flipped positions, and Wairarapa has had an absolute jump. Now going back to the first of the Central League Teams competitions. And try to find the points for those. We'll just drop camera, we'll have that back shortly, and we're back with the camera. At the very first Central League Teams competition of the year, held up in the mighty Inglewood, the leading team at that was in the men's was Athletics Taranaki, unsurprisingly, with 128 points, Wanganui second and 121.5, and Hutt Valley third with 108. And on the women's side, it was Taranaki again, taking out the lead with 182. Palmerston North on 161 and Wanganui on 100 exactly. Let's go do some number crunching and see who's in the lead. I'll talk you through as I'm doing these calculations. And for the final trophy, which we'll try and get a picture of, which I'm assuming is here, the prize is for overall. From the early looks, it looks like Taranaki and Palmerston North will have a strong showing, especially with Palmerston North led by their massive haul of 226 points from the second meet in the series. Will be interesting to see if any other teams can pull back the lead that Palmy opened up in Wanganui. We've also got the boys and girls competitions, which are for the events where the junior athletes compete over junior barriers. But yeah, Palmerston North, 226.5 points. Put them in a massive advantage. And then Hutt Valley on the first meet, pulling out 47 points in the boys events. Massive points at the second of the competition in the junior categories. It'll be interesting today to see how the junior categories play.
So there's no points, special points for juniors?
Scratch that, those points are not correct. We've just found out. The points are done on a different system, which is first across the line, regardless of category. So we're now just only 15 minutes away from the start of the women's 100 meter. You can see athletes there starting to warm up. The starters are getting ready. The blocks are about to be laid on the track. This event incorporates athletes of all different abilities and ages. We're just pulling out the points now as we speak to see who is in the lead in this team's competition. From the points in the overall competitions, it looks like Palmerston North will be in a strong standing, but we've got no verification of that yet. Just lost the camera again, but there it's back very shortly. Apologies for that. And now we have the official results. In first place with 260 after the second meet with 267.5 and 200 at the first meet and 285.5 at the second meet. It is Palmerston North with 553, with Taranaki in second with 267.5 and 149.5 at the first and second meet for 426. So Taranaki has to close a deficit of 125 points.
So 100 metres closes in 8 minutes.
Sorry, Wanganui is in second with 221.5 at the first meet and 222 at the second meet for 443.5. So Wanganui has had almost identical performances between the two meets. It's be interesting to see if they can continue the pattern and get 222.5 points at today's meet. So Palmy is still well over 100 metres ahead of Wanganui, but the battle for second is anything but done, with only less than 15 to 20 points between the two teams. Fourth place is held by Kapiti Mana, another 75 points back, with Hutt Valley in fifth on 312. Sixth is Wairarapa with 135. Seventh is Wasps in 101, with Hornets on 12 and Ralph trailing way all behind on only 13 points. So that's 1.5 competitions that can be scored in. So now you can see some of the Mana athletes, the men and women, preparing for the next event on the track, the women's 100 metre. We'll see if we can get start lists very shortly for this women's 100 metre. Start lists are still not available, but when they are, we will give them to you. You can see athletes getting numbered, the nerves will be high. Looking back at the conditions for the last race, we had negative 0.4 winds, so just almost complete perfect. Everyone's hoping that the conditions go to a positive, favourable wind for these 100s later in the day. So you can now see the very first round, the A heat of the women's 100 metre are lining up the blocks. We'll see if we have start lists. The start lists are still not available, but as soon as they appear, we will let them be known. The blocks set up for these races are so important. There's nothing worse than having a loose spike or loose nail in the bottom of the hurdles, and then the whole block's just slipping away. We can see there also at the meet we've got the high jump preparing to start, as well as our throws continuing on. Going back to the field results.
Have we got athletes in that race?
So now we are just 10 minutes away from when the meet really gets going. As soon as these 100 starts, we are bang, bang, bang for the rest of the day. So our start lists will start to correlate, bubble together at any moment now. We can see Ali Dominansky there in the inside of the track with the red and black kit. We're going to see an orange singlet there. We see a Mana singlet. And then we're on. We have Brian Nicholas in lane 2, Anitha in lane 3, and Ali Dominansky in lane 4.
There's more to come yet.
So the athletes now are starting to line up. This looks to be a full track of 8 athletes in this first race of the women's 100 metre. On the field, we've also got our women's hammer throw happening at the moment. That race is being led by Isla Hughes with a first round throw of 41.43. Irene in second with 35.32, and Anna Schmidt in 33.36. There we can have more athletes in this race. So there we are, the start lists are starting to populate. You can see our top official there, Eddie, walking along, making sure all the checks and balances are completed. So lane 2, talking you through the field. We have Briar Nicholson. Lane 3, Anita Fovax. Lane 4, Ali Domnansky. Lane 5, Anzal Guan. Lane 6, Sasha Kilmister. Lane 7 is Alamir, and lane 8 is Asha McDonald, rounding out the field. Only 7 athletes in this race, the best that Masterton has to offer in the lower North Island. Talking about PBs, you'd expect to see the fastest athletes here in the middle of the field, with Alamansky, Aliska Dominansky, and Anzal Guan. You can see the athletes are making their way. They have been called to on their marks. The athletes are ensuring that no part of their body has crosses the vertical line of the start. And they're set, and the athletes are off. It looks to be the athlete in lane 6 in the orange, or maybe the Shasha Kilmister from lane 6 coming up behind. But it is Alemansky Dominansky taking out the lead, taking out the win with the orange singlet of Anzal Guan in second. The results will populate at any moment now, and it was Alemansky Dominansky. Ali Domansky in first in 12.43. But there we can see a less than favourable wind of 0.6, negative 0.6, but still legal for record purposes. We have Anzal in second, 12.64. Sasha Kilmister, 12.88. Alamir in 12.9. And then just over that 13-second barrier with Anthena Fovax, with Briar B. Nicholas 13.65, and A. McDonald 13.92. We can see now the second heat of the women's 100 metre. Lining up on the track in lane 1 with Frankie Hartlett. Lane 2, Sasha El Danzi. In lane 3 we have the legendary Vanessa Hodge. Then lane 4, Georgie Havel. We look to have a few more athletes here on the start line. We have a full field of 8 athletes now. So we'll give you the remaining 4 athletes when the race is on. But the athletes are now appearing on the marks. The race has been called. They're at the hands of the starter, the mercenary. The set position is done, and the athletes are off racing. Looks to be the Hastings Bath athletes in lane 5 and 6 respectively. But now the Taranaki runner is on a storm. The Taranaki runner takes out the race. We'll get the times there at any moment. So lane 5 was Isabel Gutter. Lane 6 was Jasmine Rodder. Lane 7 was Eve Mason. And lane 8 was Brooke Martin. So we can see that it was Eva Mason coming from the out wide to take out the win in 13.11. We're now here with the legendary Charles. We can see the results. We have our para athlete Sasha Al Dawson in 13.35, which I believe is a very good time for her. We have third, Jasmine Rhoda, 13.44. Isabel Gutter, 13.81. The last of our athletes to break the 14-second barrier. And you can see Vanessa Hodge, 14.36. For all live results, head to, if you search Matt's timing, they should all be there under Central League Teams Competition number 3. And now we're up, the start of the third heat of the women's 100 metre. We have Orla Geary in lane 2, Zoe Robertson, lane 3, and then a Wanganui trifecta of Josie Kulbari, Harriet Jacobs, and Katrina Luke in 4-5-6, with Erin Howley in lane 7. It's taking out a clock. The athletes will be preparing for the starter. The starter is about to give the on the marks call, and where the athletes will proceed, take a step forward and get comfortable in their blocks.
Okay, now who was lane 2, please?
We can see that the on the marks call has been made. The athletes are now dropping down to positions, getting ready. The set position has been called and they are off racing. We are racing here in the third heat of the women's 100 metre. You can see the Wanganui duo in lead in lane 6 and lane 7 and 5. Breaking ahead with the Wanganui trifecta going 1, 2, 3 in this third heat of the women's 100 metre. We'll get you the times when they come available. It looks to be the athlete Katerina Luke in first, with Jose Kilburn in second and Harriet Jacobs in third. We get you the results at any moment when they come available. There we go, it was Katrina Luke in lane 1, 13.591, faster than a good number of the athletes in that previous heat. You can see the results populating on your field as we speak, but overall it is still Ali Dominansky from the first heat with the fastest time of the day, with Anzao in second and Sasha in third. The fastest of the second heat was Eva Mason, who moves into 5th overall on the compiled results. And the winner of that heat we just saw, Katrina Luke, in 11th in the overall results. The next heat now is making their way to the starts, making sure the blocks are all good. You can see now the start lists. You can see now Amelia Troops in lane 2, Sasha in lane 3, Petra in lane 4, and Libby in lane 5. The starts team have been given the clearance. They are almost in the hands of the starter. The nerves for these 4 women on the line will be high. The heats today have been nice and still. The heat on the track is hot. Let's see if these women increase the heat of the track. The starts team has been called on the marks. They've made their way down to the blocks. The gun is up point, and the set has been called. And it looks to be an issue, and the athletes have been stood up on the blocks. They've taken a step back. That usually occurs if there's a bit of outside noise, a bit of interference. We want all athletes here at the race to have an equal quality. They're being now recalled back to the on the marks call by the starter. You can see the power athlete in lane 5 using a standing start. And they're off. It looks to be the wire upper athlete taking out the lead, Amelia Trooks, with the Wasps athlete Petra Sklavavi pulling ahead. The Kiwi athlete is on a live. It is a head-and-head race here. It's wire upper versus the red. And it looks to be like red took it out just on the line. Libby Lekeel. Good close racing there. In the 4th heat of the women's 100 metre. We now have the men's. You can see now the results populating on the field. 14.92, 15 flat. And then Sasha Alexander there, as we previously incorrect stated, she's now run a 16.09, which for her is a very good time. But now they're getting ready for the first heat of the men's 100 metre. The standout athlete in this race is the Jonathan Maples. His goal for this is to try scare some people. Go the aim 10.5 seconds. Talking through the start lists, we have Ethan Calder in lane 1, Troy Waldron in lane 2, Luke Jarvis in lane 3, Jonathan Maples at lane 4, Leon Rogers in lane 7, and his older brother Matthew Rogers in lane 7, and his younger brother Leon Rogers in lane 8. Cody Wilson now. We've had some changes to start lists. Zach Kilmus is in lane 5, Cody Wilson, lane 7, Leon Rogers in lane 8, rounding out the field. This race promises to have some very top speed.
We left it at home. Like you can only do the best.
These athletes now are out on their marks. They'll be ready to call at any moment. Now rounding out the field with our finalised start lists. We have Matthew Rogers in lane 6, Cody Wilson lane 7, Leon Rogers in lane 8. We now have the athletes have been called on their marks. We're about to see an absolute barn burner of a race here. Watch lane 4. Do not look away. Jonathan Maples is on for speed and he is out of the blocks with an absolute blinder. Jonathan Maples is pulling to the arm drive, but from this angle it may not be all Jonathan's way. Jonathan Maples is on absolute burner but takes out the lead by just a few seconds. Looks to be just 1 or 2 meters. Let's wait to see what the times populate at here today. The wind, positive 0.2, so the first time we've had a favourable wind. Very so, and a 10.65 by the Mr. Jonathan Maples. He'll be very pleased with that time out here today, 10.6. That puts Jonathan on the NZ Seasons list, near one of the fastest we've seen in the country. That time of 10.65 moves Jono to number 13 on the NZ top list for the season. And then that's a new massive PB of 0.13 seconds for Jonathan Maples. Going back to the rest of the field, we can see Cody Wilson in a 10.78 with Troy Waldrum in 10.83. We can see there's some close finishes for 5th and 6th, with Ethan Calder taking it out by just 0.01 seconds on top of Luke Jarvis. Very, very tight racing there. Now looking at lane 2 of the men's 100 metres. Heat 2. In lane 2, we have Tyrone Trigo. Lane 3, Jacob Stockwell, who was around the scene many years ago and looks to be making a return now at the age of 23. Lane 4 is James Savage. Lane 5 is Angus Tungskull from Athletics Wanganui and Harriers Club. Lane 6 is Toby O'Leary, and lane 7 is Alex Howe. These athletes will be called to their marks very, very shortly.
Yes, we're ready for a start, please.
This second heat of the men's 100 metre is just moments away now from starting. So now our athletes are now being called to their marks. You can see lane 1 with an absolute 1+ metre vertical jump there in preparation to get into his blocks. And the athletes have now been called to their marks. They're in the set position. The gunners are and the gunners are firing. We can see the lovely red hat, but we now see the athletes where it looks to be Jacob Stockwell on his return. Just a few months into his return, taking it out, and it may even be a 3 or 4 way tie here. This is a very close finish between these 4 athletes. Pulling up the start lists, it looks to be between Tyrone, Jacob Stockwell, James Savage, and A. Tungskull. We'll let the photo finish team decide, and the win has been given to Tyrone Trigo in an 11.11, with James Savage in second, 11.12, just 0.01 behind, with third Jacob Stockwell in 11.15. You can see there the top 4 athletes in this race only separated by 0.07 seconds. The Mana athletes looks to be pretty happy with his day at the office. So we can see the Toby O'Leary just off behind in 11.49, Alex Howell in 12.01. We now have the third heat of the men's 100 metre start lists appearing in the field. In lane 1 is Monty Fairbrother. Lane 2 is William Plaza. Lane 4 is Cooper Pearson. Lane 5, Lucas Bishop. Lane 6, Riley Thomas. Lane 7, Kopiri Mahi. And lane 8, Campbell Willis. The race has been given the go-ahead by the photo finish team, so the race is just moments away from a start. The starter is making their way to the gun. We're about to see the gun make its way into the vertical position very shortly. We can see the athlete in lane 4 making sure his hamstrings are nice and stretched out. We now see the athletes have been called to the set position. And they're almost there in the hands of the starter. The race is about to start at any moment now. And they're in the set position, and they're absolute off to a blinder. It looks to be the athletes in lane 3 and 4 respectively taking out the lead, with the Palmerston North athlete charging ahead, pulling off a 1 metre lead, 2 metre lead. He leans a bit too early, but he just makes it to the line in time. We almost had a fall there by the athlete from Palmerston North in lane 3, lane 4, Cooper Pearson. He almost had a bit of a roly-poly, added a bit of gymnastics to this track event. Bit of a multi-sport athlete he might be. 11.75 there for Cooper Pearson, and the first of the unfavourable wins in this men's 100 metre with the negative 0.5. With the Wanganui athlete taking it out for second in 11.81, and Wanganui again in third, 11.83. Now we have the start lists for the fourth heat of the men's 100 metre. In lane 1, we have Noah Lua. Lane 3, we have C Soul. Lane 4, Noah O'Reilly. Lane 5, Tara Tora. Lane 6, we have Jay Edwards. And lane 7, Kobe Dawn. You can see a lovely blue shirt there. The athletes are now being called up to the start line. We can see the first athlete preparing for a t-shirt run. He'll be a bit hot out there from the Hawke's Bay, but he's used to the blaring sun. We can see for the standing start for our Masters athletes. The rest of the field opting for the legal crouch position start. This is heading up, and they have been called to the blocks. And lane 1 has the absolute arm drive. Lane 1 has the arms going to Africa. He is storming ahead, but lane 3 from Palmerston North hopes to join his counterpart and take out the win in his heat. It's the Palmerston North athlete taking out the lead, the Kobe Doran from lane 7. We can see now the athletes We now have the fifth and final heat of the men's 100 metre. And now we have the fifth heat of the men's 100 metre. Graham McFall in lane 2, Theo Lua in lane 3, Cortis in lane 4, T. Waipera in lane 5, Nathan Ruff in lane 6, and Phil Broughton in lane 7. The athletes have now been called to the on their marks position by the starter. They are all in the hands. Their life depends on the starter, and the gun is off. And the athlete from Taranaki looks to be pulling ahead, but the Mana athlete does not let him all have it its own way. And Levin out of nowhere is coming up on the outside of the track to just dip past and take the lead in this fifth and final heat of the men's 100 metre. We can see the athlete Nathan Roth take out the lead in 12.57 with the best wind of the day for sprinters at 0.9 meters per second wind, with Theo Lua in second in a 12.7, and Curtis Wahine dead heat. We have got a dead heat for second in that men's 100 meter for second place. We're just verifying this dead heat here. We have dead heat here in this men's fifth heat. Who could believe that? On the time of 12.7. May not be special to any of you, but for these two athletes, it is. We've had a lot of dead heats there, most famously this year at the New Zealand Track and Field Champs. In the senior men's, we've just had an update. Curtis Wahine has been downgraded to the third place. The New Zealand 1500 metre champs this year was made historical by the young Sam Ruth at just 15 years of age, tying with the Olympian Sam Tanner on a dead heat time down to the thousandths of a second. That photo went all around the world. It went global. We can now see our athletes in the women's in the 3,000 metre race walk making their way to the start of the race. We appear to have 3 athletes in this race here today. We can see what may be the toughest meet of the day on the start line, the 3,000 metre race walk in this grueling Masterton heat, where the bowl shape of the track acts as a heat sorter. The track surface of this track must be nearing the 30-degree temperature. In the sauna of the Masterton Column Bowl. We could almost cook our lunch on that track, put a nice egg down, and we'd have fried eggs and bacon. We'll wait for these start lists in the women's 3,000 metre race walk to populate any moment now. We have got just 3 athletes in this race. Helen Willis, Jackie Wilson, and Daphne Jones will be battling it out for the 9 points at this Regional League number 3 to see whose club can come out on top. You can see the heat glaring off the track, the reflection. You know, it's a hot day when the heat starts to rise off. You can see an athlete there taking advantage of the shade in the back of the track. Going through the start list there, Helen Wilson, Helen Willis, Jackie Wilson, and Daphne Jones. Masters class in this field with multiple world record holders. We can see the start of this women's 3,000 meter race walk about to get away any moment now. You have the starter getting ready. The athletes are being lined up in their lanes. You can see hip number 1, Helen Wilson. Lane 2, Helen Willis. Lane 2, Jackie Wilson. And lane 3, Daphne Jones. They have been given the go-ahead by the starter. So we were about to get going any moment now. You can see the bend, more athletes hiding away in the shade. And that the starter is being called to the set position. The athletes and the gun is off, and we're away racing here in the women's 3,000 meter race walk. Looks like Helen Willis has taken the early lead with Daphne Jones just second, pulling away from a 2 meter, now going a 3 meter lead on Daphne Jones. So the order is Helen Wilson in first, Jackie Wilson in third, and Daphne Jones in third. The gap between Helen Wilson and Jackie is growing to a 1 to 2 now, maybe 2 meters. And the gap back to third to Daphne Jones has grown to almost well over 5 meters now at this point of the race. Just 30 seconds in. You can see Helen Willis has now pulled even more away. But Jackie Wilson is not letting Helen go anywhere. The gap between first and second in this race is remaining at just 3 meters. The drafting effect will be high. Jackie will be aiming to pull ahead to get into the slipstream of Helen Wilson. Helen Wilson is making sure that that does not occur. The gap has now been growing. Helen Wilson is putting a gap on Jackie Wilson. The gap has grown out to almost 10 meters now as the athletes come round to almost 200 meters. They're clocking through in about minute 20. That puts them on 2 minute 40 per lap. Tick over 6 minutes per kilometre here with Helen Wilson in the lead still, with Jackie Wilson in second and Daphne Jones now 20 metres behind. Daphne Jones now comes through the finish line and tick under 1 minute 40. In the lead we have Helen Willis with Jackie Wilson in second and Daphne Jones in third. You can now see Jackie Wilson on your screen, striding away, the athlete who I'm pretty sure that there are multiple world records to her name in the Masters categories, but Helen Wilson is not letting the pedigree of Jackie Wilson scare her. Helen Wilson's comes up to almost a 400 meter now, and a tick over 2 minutes and 40 seconds for the lap. We can now see Jackie Wilson coming through the 400 meter mark with 1 lap completed. These women are 1 lap down, 6.5 laps to go. We can see now our leader Helen Wilson almost at the half kilometre way mark, pulling ahead. That gap has now extended to almost over 50 metres between first and second. Jackie Wilson will know to not let this race be over. She could pull back that lead at any moment if she deems First lap split there of 1:33.86 for Helen Wilson for the first 200 metres. We can see there our leader almost at the 600 metre mark now, with Jackie Wilson not letting that lead grow anymore. And Daphne Jones just out the back, 550 metres into this race, or 450 metres into the race. So 600 metres down now for our leader. That lead still looks to be remaining around the 50-kilometre mark. We can tell by the cadence of the two athletes that this lead is not growing in this race. We can see that this lead has grown another 10 metres now. We can see now the leader of our race come up to the 1 kilometre mark for Helen Wilson. A tick under 7 minutes here. The clock reads 6:44, 6:46, 6:47, 6:48, 6:49, 6:50. Helen here, we're guessing, will be aiming for under the 21-minute barrier in this women's 3,000 metre race walk. We can see now Daphne Jones coming up to almost the 1 kilometre mark, just with 100 metres to go before her first kilometre split. You can see a bit of action in the field now, and we go back to Daphne Jones, who's just about to come up to the 1 kilometre way mark, and a tick over 8 minutes. She'll be aiming for a time of under 25 minutes here today. a time of 8:20, 8:21, 8:22. Daphne Jones goes through the 1 kilometre mark in 8:22. We can see our leader Helen Wilson 200 metres ahead at the coming through the 1200 metre mark. We can see now the leader come into the home straight. At the 1300 metre mark, the clock reads just under 9 minutes here today. And the gap to Jackie Wilson is not growing. It looks like it may even be shrinking by 1 or 2 metres per lap. Be interesting to see if the pacing by Helen has gone out hard or Jackie's been conservative and hoping for a kick down in this women's 3,000 metre race walk. The lead of our race now is almost approaching the halfway mark. The 1500 metres will give you the 1500 metre split for Helen and Jackie when they come around that mark. Helen now just 50 metres away from the halfway mark in this women's 3,000 metre race walk, with Jackie Wilson not far behind. So we can now see Helen Wilson come through the halfway mark in a tick under 10.5 minutes. Her goal, the goal of 21 minutes is still on for Helen Wilson. And Jackie Wilson comes through the halfway mark in 10:35. We now see Daphne Jones on your screen. We can now see the athlete Daphne Jones with just 4 laps to go in this women's 3,000 metre race walk. We now see the clock at 13 minutes, so we're just 8 minutes away from the expected conclusion time of this race for our leader. We have Helen Wilson still on pace to break the 21-minute barrier, with Jackie Wilson just 15 metres behind her. We now see Jackie Wilson coming up to the 2,000 metre marker for her in 14:20. They've picked up the pace a bit. Oh, sorry, they are now still on the same pace for the 21:30 mark for Jackie Wilson, with Helen Wilson and with Helen Willis still on 21-minute pace. We see the Helen Willis come through with just 2 laps to go with a tick under 15.5 minutes. We see Helen Wilson just almost about to lap Daphne Jones, who was on, and Jackie Wilson now comes through in 15:40 with 2 laps remaining in this race. We can see now Helen Willis with just 600 metres left to go in this women's 3,000 metre race walk. She is slowly closing up to the half K to go remaining. She is storming ahead. Her lead to Jackie Wilson has absolutely ballooned out. Helen Wilson looks to be walking away with the win in this one today. The athlete with the hit number 1 may be crossing the line in the number 1 position. We now see the leader of the race, Helen Wilson, coming out with just 1 lap to go. She's about to get the bell any moment now. She comes through in around 8 minutes and 10, 8 minutes 9, 8:10, 8:11, 8:12, 8 minutes and 12 seconds for Helen Wilson as she comes through the bell. With Jackie Wilson now also coming past Daphne Jones.
Because we set it up that split's the final time. Yeah, right. So I'm wondering whether we could see someone maybe going next one. Wonder who we're going to see. Okay.
One lap's in it. Go now for Daphne Jones as the clock reads just under 22 minutes. We now see Jackie Helen. We now see the final athlete on the track with just 300 metres to go in this women's 3,000 metre race walk. Hey, how are you? Pretty good? Yes? Good. Hopefully. I'll just We now have just 130 metres left to go for the final athlete here in the women's 3,000 metre race walk. Should be getting good points for the Wellington Scottish and Wellington team here. Our final athlete enters the home straight now, just 100 metres to go. 95, 94. Jackie Daphne Jones is now coming up past where the third steeplechase barrier would be. Coming up to the win gauge, just 50 metres left to go for the final athlete here in the women's 3,000 metre race walk. See, the pace has increased here. We're now passing more of the flights of hurdles, about to come past the long jump takeoff board. The clock reads 25:15, 25:16. She's going to be around the 25:30 time. 25, 26, 27, 28. A tear under 25.5 minutes there by Daphne Jones. The wind there has increased to plus 1.8 meters a second. The sprinters would have absolutely loved that if it had been 1 hour, 45 minutes earlier. But the walkers get the little bit of the wind to help cool them down in the cove effect of Masterton here. The temperature on track would be around 30 degrees Celsius. I have no clue what that is in Fahrenheit, but Celsius is the metric we use here. We're now getting ready for the women's 2,000 meter steeplechase. The barriers in this race will be set at 0.762 meters. There we have the start lists. 2 athletes in the women's under 18 steeplechase. We have Maggie Thompson and Sophie Croskery from Palmerston North. It'll be a Hornets versus Palmerston North battle in this race here. We can now see the start list. We still have the 2 athletes in the women's 2,000 meter steeplechase. We now have more athletes populating on this race. We have Aggie Shearer in lane 6, who that name seems familiar, ran the 100 meter earlier today. We have Brooke Martin in lane 7, Zoe Hilton in lane 8, M. McLean in lane 9, Caitlin Kirk in lane 10, and then the 2 athletes from previously are still in lanes 11 and 12. Oh, that's what I was going to do. We now have more athletes now populating on the start lists in this women's 2,000-meter steeplechase. Since we have an outside steeplechase pit in this meet here at the Column Bowl in Masterton, the athletes run less than a complete 5 laps around the track. 4 3/4. They start right beside the 1,500-meter start line.
So you've got them in position 6 through to 12.
We still have the 7 athletes about to start in this women's 2,000 metres race.
They've got hip numbers 6 to 12, have they?
The 8 women are just lining up in the correct order, pinning on the hip numbers. The nerves will be high. Let's see if the steeplechase will help. The water will help cool down the nerves and these athletes. I think from what I can hear, we will have a full 12 athletes in this 2,000 meter steeplechase, a mix of men and women. By looking at the start list across the track here, we can see the athletes are preparing. The hip numbers are just being finalised now. We will hope to have the lane number 1 to 5 athletes appear on our start lists on your screen very shortly.
We're ready for a start.
We can see now the first 2 more athletes, Thomas Miller and Bio Waldrum, are on the start lists with hit number 4 and 5 respectively.
Now you know what you're doing.
We are almost in the hands of the starter. They've been called to the set position. Just behind there on the white van, you can see where I am seated in this event. The athletes are just behind the high hammer cage, and the gun is off. And the male athlete is off to an absolute blinder. He pulls away from the lead, already producing a 4 to 5 meter gap on the rest of the field. He has said, "This is my race to win," and no one else is holding him back, with the second male athlete there in third place behind the leading Hastings woman. Pulling out the start list so I know who's in the race. It's not giving any information. It looks to be Thomas Miller and Bear Waldrum. The lead is now pulling away even more. Now we come through the first 300 meters in a click under 60 and around 60 seconds here for the leader on men's 400. That's an average of 80 seconds a lap. So they're now coming through in the 2,000 meter. They have just done. They'll be approaching their first of the water barriers. You can see an athlete there using a hand to get over the barrier, which is a legal technique allowed in the high solid hurdles.
So Jarvis Shaw, under 18, is there going to be another steeple race after this, is there? So he's going to a higher height, is he?
We can see now still the athlete pulling away, coming across the steeplechase with a nice clean barrier. He does not have any contact on that back straight steeplechase barrier, with the Hastings woman following in similar technique. We see the Hornets athlete now pulling away with the lead with the Hastings woman on a great run. Hip number 5, Bea Waldrum, with hip number 11, M. Thompson, the leading woman who's just cleared that barrier on your screen. 4 laps now to go for the leader in this. Maybe 3 laps to go now for the leader in this men's 2,000 metre steeplechase. He's just come through around the 750 metre mark, with Mia not far behind, only 15 seconds, with the second of our male athletes in third in the race overall. We can see now leading athlete coming through. He'll almost be at the 1 kilometre mark very, very shortly in this race here. The 1 kilometre mark will lie just between the steeplechase barrier and the start of the straight. The clock reads 3:22, 3:23, 3:24, 3:25. He'll be around 3.5 minutes through the opening 1 kilometre split. He's on pace to run at 10:30 here today in Masterton at the Colin Pugh Bowl. Comes through 3.5 minutes through that opening K split, and around 3 minutes 40 for the athlete Leah Waldrum from hip number 10. Leah Waldrum is our athlete in the lead. You can see athlete there, hip number 5, checking her clock. Hip number 9, checking the clock. She'll have a target pace in mind here that she'll be running to. Caitlin Kirk is the leading woman there in the Hornet singlet. So leading runners there have now got the bell. You can see our leading male athlete coming around the back straight with 250 metres to go in this race. He's coming up almost at the 200 metre mark now, with the majority of the field having surpassed the bow lap now. The clock reads 6 minutes. Can this athlete clock around the last 100, 200 metres with the outside water pit to break the 7-minute barrier? We can see now the leading male in the coming through. He has gone to the arms. Bea Waldrum is coming. He's going to be absolutely under that 7-minute barrier. The clock reads 6:45, 6:46, 6:47. A walk there to cross the line, and he is still under the 6:50 barrier. Beer comes out and produces on a hot day in Masterton, and we now have our leading women's athlete. A time there of 6:47.41 for Beer Waldrum, and then the first male across the line, with the second athlete coming across, and we see one of our Ngātawa runners coming up with about a lap to go. They'll be aiming for around the 10-minute mark, 9.5 minute mark. You can see Caitlin Kirk, the first of the female athletes, in 7:07.87. Hutt Valley and Hornets producing top points here today, with M. McLean from Wasps in second and third across the line in 7:25, and S. Krosky in 7:34. We can now see more athletes coming across the line now. The clock reads just over 8 minutes. A sub 8:30 performance for the athlete crossing the line from Wellington Olympic Carriers. Same club of Toby Gauta, who just on Wednesday attempted to break the New Zealand 1 hour record, falling ever so short, running 19,997 metres, with the New Zealand record set by Bill Bailey in 1963 with 20,190 metres. We can see now 8 of our athletes have finished this race, and we have another of the Ngātawa athletes just about to finish. Maggie Shearer here coming up to cross the line. And when the clock reads 1918, 1919, 1920, 1921. And that there is the last race, the last athlete of this meet, of the race. We are now moving on to the men's under 20, under 18, higher, slightly higher height, 2,000 meter steeplechase. The points for this is, I believe, the under 18 men with the smaller barriers points will not contribute to the team titles. So they did not help the team, but they ran for the individual times here today to see what they can push their body to do. The male entering this next race will be gaining, and is the only athlete. If he can finish, he'll get the maximum 9 points for his club. Our next athlete on the track, his name will appear shortly in the start lists. Jarvis Shaw is the athlete in this men's open 2,000 meter steeplechase with the higher 0.838 meter barriers. Jarvis Shaw out of Palmerston North Athletics and Harriers Club. We can see there the athletes are about to start the men's 2,000 metres chase with the senior heights. We're just about to start now in the men's 2,000 metres open steeplechase. We're just increasing the barrier height of these hurdles. This race here is competed at the 0.838 metre height. We just dropped off our camera, but we'll be back shortly. There we are. We're now just moments away from the start of this men's 2,000 metre steeplechase. The race has been given the go-ahead. The start call has been done. Jarvis Straw is now making his way to the start of this men's 2,000 metre steeplechase. And the gun is off. The athletes are racing. Jarvis Straw being the sole competitor in this race here today. It's him versus the clock. He'll have his pace set that he wants to run. He's now off. He'll go around the steeplechase his first time around. Mistake, he goes for a swim in this one. He's into the water once. He's got 4 more lots of water.
So you can only get approximate. So it's about 8, 10 probably is the type. I've got no other way.
He's now over his second water height.
And that'll be something probably needs to be done at some stage. But look, we don't hold that many people chasing. So who is?
He's now coming along through the first 300 metres with the higher steeplechase barrier height. Jarvis Shaw now coming up to what's just past the 2-lap barrier. He's getting ready to cross the Steeplechase Water Pit for the third time in this race. He's now clocking round at the 1,000 metre and marking around 6:27, 6:28. Right on pace with the leading woman in that last heat. Likes to do a hop and a step to prepare for the jump over these barriers. The higher height is a lot more vertical to clear. We now here just past, we're on the second to last lap for Jarvis Shaw. He's coming out to the Pain Cave now. Just 650 metres to go. Coming up through his 7th to last pit.
Then we unloaded it onto another transporter here, so we had a whole lot of people lifting the steel, putting on the stuff.
Jarvis Shaw now is coming across the water pit for the second to last time in this men's 2,000 metre steeplechase. He comes along 2-3 steps in the water and he is out. He's got the goal of the finish line now in his sight. He is now entering this last finishing straight for the second to last time in this race. Wearing hip number 1 as the sole athlete in the competition. Coming across for another run with now just 5 steeplechase jumps to go. Jarvis Shaw hits a lot bell in 6:17, 6:18. A 75-second lap would put him at around the 6:40 mark. If Jarvis Shaw can pick it up, he could be right around that time. Jarvis Shaw is now entering the back straight. Coming along, you can see the pain in the head. The arm carriage is dropped. He does a hip step and is now over the barrier. You can see the officials in action. Coming round, he is now about to enter his last jump of the barrier. He'll be making sure to keep upright and vertical in this jump. He does not want to go for a complete swim here, coming across the hurdle barrier for the last time in the water. There's now just one solid barrier between Jarvis and the finish line. He's entering 100 metres to go. The Pain Cave is deep. We can almost see the pain from well over 100 metres away. He steps and is over the barrier. It's straight running. Jarvis drives for the arms. He leans for the line. He's now just mere metres away from the end of this men's 2,000 metre steeplechase, and he crosses the line in 6:42. He goes to the knees for a bit of recovery. He has still managed to stay upright. I am shocked he has not gone to the ground at the conclusion of this men's 2,000 metre steeplechase. We can now see the result for Jarvis Shaw. 6:40.72 is the time now for the Jarvis Shaw.
Sorry, what was that, Andrew?
We can see the start lists now appearing for the first heat of the women's 400 metre. In lane 1, we have H. Falali. In lane 2. In lane 3 is Emma Osborne, making an appearance back at the sport after a few years away. Lane 4 is Zita Mio from Hornets. Lane 5 is Emma Very. Lane 6 is Sasha Kilmister and then Sylvia Allen in lane 7.
We won't take any membership. We won't charge membership. No, we won't have any membership. We'll have a track usage fee. Right, so do more runners. I don't have hardly anyone that wants to come to racing, and it's like it's so hard to get people to come and race. So I'm like, Team Y for one is just next year unless someone else does it. There's no worry. And if they go and one more, you go and get yourself. And then what I'm going to do is I've got the 8 person rule, because they had several clubs that are going to be charged 8 people. You only have 1 or 2 in the event. So they still get charged for 8 people, because in essence there's still a cost to put it on. So one person.
We now have the athletes in lane 2, lane 3, lane 4, lane 5, lane 6 and lane 7. The athletes are preparing for the block start. The starter has been called. The athletes are about to be called to their marks. The class of this field looks to be lane 3 there with Emma Osborne. The athletes' starter is getting ready. The start is now just moments away. We've got athletes all the way from lane 2 to lane 4. The 2 Emmas in the field in lane 3 and lane 5. A good number of these athletes will be in their final preparation stage for the New Zealand Secondary School Athletics Championships. Final kick there by the athlete in lane number 5, Emma Very, getting the last bit of nerves ready for this women's 400 metre. The winds are looking to be stolen nice and still in Masterton here today. A number of these women will be aiming for around the 57 second barrier. The athletes are now in the set position and the gun is gone. We can see a clean start by all the athletes with the athletes pulling away. It looks to be almost a neck and neck at this point with Sasha Kilmister, but the athlete Emma Very is breaking the stagger. But Zita Mills from lane 4 is pulling up around the 200 metre mark. Zita looks to be in the lead. The stagger is closing, but Emma Very is not letting this break get it all her way. This is now a 2-woman race. The leading 2 in the race are pulling up, coming into the final straight with the Hastings runner Zita pulling away. It's now a 3 lead, going to 4, going to 5. This might even be 10 metre lead by Zita when we get the side view. The clock reads 55, 56 and 57 seconds for Zita Mayo. We now have the results there. Will be about to be shortly. Zita Mayo taking across the line in the lead. and 56.61. We now have the full results there. Zeta with 56.61, Emma Berry with 58.58, Emma Osborne coming through for third in 59.49. Now for heat 2 of the women's 400 metres, we have a complete track. Lane 1 to 8 all fill. The start lists there on your screen. We have Elsa Palmer in lane 1, Zoe Robertson in lane 2, Vanessa Hodge in lane 3, Isla Morrison in lane 4, Olivia Loader from Wanganui in lane 5, G. Kenworth in lane 6, Olivia Gary in lane 7, and Amelia Trooks in lane 8. The athletes are about to be in the hands of the starter. The athletes are now applying the blocks, preparing for the start of the second heat of the women's 400 metre. They've been called to their marks. We can see Vanessa Hodge there in lane 3, coming back from running the 100 metre earlier today. The athletes are being called to stand back up again. They're in the set position, and the race is off. The clock goes. Looks to be an even stagger here around the first bend, just 3 steps in. But the athlete in the blue, yeah, the blue athletes are making away with them. I noticed there the athlete, the whack athlete there is now sporting a Prezio branded Wellington Olympic Harrier singlet. Good to see that Wellington have now got nice singlets finally. Continuing on the trend that Christchurch has started with Christchurch Avon, Christchurch University of Canterbury and Whippets Running Club all using the Prezio singlets. And now the Wellington Harriers Olympic Club are using the same. But it appears to be the athlete in lane 1 from Hastings, Isla Palmer, to have broken away the lead with Isla Morrison in second. Elisa Palmer is way off our screen. She's well and truly ahead. The clock reads 64, 65, tip under 66, 67 seconds there. But Elisa Palmer.
3 to come, Mike. 3 to come. Just start giving time.
We can now see the final few athletes coming across the line in this B race of the women's 400 metre.
Well done, Amelia. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Well done.
And the last of the athletes coming along in just under 125.
1 to come, Mike. 1 to come.
Results there for you. The leader, Elisa Palmer, in 65.63. Isla Morrison, 68.42. Vanessa Hodge, 68.45. Rounding out third place in this B heat of the women's 400 metre.
30 metres.
And now we see the final athlete here coming across the line in the women's 400 metre, a tip under 5 minute pace here in 2 minutes. And now we have the men's A race lining up on the blocks for the 400 metre. No Jonathan Maples in this, sadly. He'll be back later today in the men's 200 metre.
What?
We'll have the start lists for you in this men's 400 metre. There we are. In lane 2, we have Jay Taylor from Team Wairarapa. Lane 3, Campbell Wills. Lane 4, Joshua Lube. Lane 5, James McGregor. Lane 6, William Ralph. Lane 7, Max Doransky. And lane 8, George Lewis. The athletes have now been called to their marks by the starter. You can see there the athlete from from Hastings. The athletes are now in the set position. They're in the hands of the starter. They're called up and they are racing. We're racing here in the first heat of the men's 400 metre in Masterton. You can see the two Palmerston North athletes storming out. It looks like the stagger of the outside one, Max, is pulling up on William. The Palmerston North athlete with the green spikes is pulling away, letting the rest of the race see his beautiful green spikes. His teammate in the white singlet has got no challenge for him, and these two athletes have pulled a 20 to 30 metre lead just 200 metres into the first heat of this men's 400 metre. The clock reads they come through the 300 metre split in around 36 seconds. We can now see the athlete in lane 6. William is pulling away. It's now that lead to second place is now 20 metres. Opening up to 25 to almost 30. The clock reads 49 high. Could we see the first sub 50 performance of the day here? The clock results there 49.43 for William Ralph to take out the win in the men's 400 metre here, with Max, his clubmate, in 52.06, Campbell Wills in 54.30. We now move to the 1500s here today. The race that separates the pain, the good from the bad. We're about to start here, the women's 1500. The athletes are just being called and numbers collected. We can now see on your screen here the start lists for the women's 1500. We have Jay Morehouse. Wait for the start list to go back to the start.
If you refresh that screen, Right. So we've got to find what's happened to the sheets. Are you still ready for a start, please?
The athletes have been called ready for a start in this women's 1500 meter heat one. The camera will be back shortly. And we're off here racing in the women's 1500. We have lane 1, Jay Moorhead. Lane 2,
Oh, here it is.
M. Lopping Cowan. Lane 3, Amelia Panett. Is being led by Sophia Dunlop. With athlete 11, Isla Dupas in second.
And the paras are included in that. But that's what we've done for you.
So now the athletes are back behind the clock. We've got the clock there on screen now for you today. It's now the athlete hip number 8, which appears to be C. Ovenden. Charlotte in the lead there, with Idla still in second. The Wanganui athlete Sophie has dropped off since the first lap. They're through the 1500 metre mark, the 500 metre mark, coming up to the 550 point. The lead has still maintained unchanged. It'll be interesting to see where tactics come into this race. If the athlete in second, Sophie Isla, will go for a gap. It's now 2 laps to go for the leaders in these women's 1500. They come through 700 metres in a tick over 2 minutes 15 seconds. That marks in the leaders of the race are now coming through the 800 metre in 2:33 on about 450 mile pace. But it is still the small Hastings athlete leading Isla. There's a lead change in second place now with 600 metres to go. These athletes will be vying for positions, hoping that if they're running in a pack that the inside pole line will open up for the athletes to break through, but they will hope to have a different result to Cole Hocker at the 2025 World Athletics Championships in the first heat of the men's 1500 metre, where he got unfortunately disqualified for passing through the inside, but it is still the first and second has remained unchanged, with Charlotte and Isla in first and second, but the gap has come down to third, with the the Olympic athlete closing along. They come through the bell in 3:34. 3:34 for first and second and 3:35 for fifth. There's almost 4 athletes in this race. Could we see a massive kick down from the athlete from Wellington Olympic who is pulling into just on the shoulders? Has the Olympic athlete gone too early? We made a move at the 500 metre mark where these two leading athletes are going later. When they come up from behind the van, we'll be able to see who the leading athlete in the women's 1500 metre is. They come down with just 250 metres to go. The athlete in white is pulling up onto the shoulder for the lead. This is the first time in the last kilometre that we've had a lead change. Can the athlete from Hastings respond, or will the athlete from Hastings also get swallowed up by the Olympic athlete? The Hastings athlete is still pulling a lead. She may have a second move on the last 100 metres. You can see one of the sprinters there practicing for a relay coming up. The athlete in white, Isla, looks behind. Charlotte, that gives Charlotte the go-ahead, and Charlotte comes through with the arms. The Olympic Harrier has nothing left. The athlete from Hastings, who has led most of the last 1,300 metres, storms ahead. The clock reads 14:45, 14:46 there for the win, to win comfortably. That result is incorrect.
Yeah.
We can see now the remainder of the athletes coming across the finish line in this women's 1500. We'll have the results with you very shortly now. We'll have the results there very shortly. You can see the athletes coming across, huddled together at the conclusion of this women's 1500 metre race. We can also see the men's 1500 metre athletes doing their final stride outs before their race. Be interesting to see if we have any athletes go sub 4 or even sub 3:55 here in Masterton today. We'll have the results with you from this women's 1500 very shortly. There we can go, the results starting to appear. It was Charlotte in first in 4:46.12.
Not ready yet, no.
So there we have in second, we have Isla in 4:48.03, and in third we have Jay Morehouse in 4:48.80, with a large gap to 4:49 for Maddie Wass in fourth.
save it down, and then I'll open it up on another computer. Okay, we're done. Yep. Here we go. Okay, so Mark to Liam, have we got somewhere in the vicinity of 17 athletes in this next race?
Whoa.
Yeah, please. Yeah, okay. Do you want me to do them, or you're happy to do them? Yeah. Okay, we're ready for a start, Karen, please. Thank you.
We now here have the start lists for the men's 1500 metre. We have a whopping 17 athletes in this race from a magnitude of different clubs. I'll talk you through the start list, and the race is off. And the races are already running. We'll have the start lists there on the screen for you for just a few moments to process who is in the race. The names to stand out is Jason Cunningham, the national under-18 New Zealand cross-country champion. They're looking out for the athletes. There is no one on the second page to watch out for, so it looks like Justin might be the quality athlete in this race. And as expected, he has gone to the front and taken out the pace himself. With no pacemakers at this meet here, Jason will have to do a lot of the work for him. Justin will have to do a lot of the work himself. You can see the red singlet swarming up behind him, but no one can get around the class athlete, the under-18 national cross-country champion. The two lower hut athletes are lining up now, but still the train is ticking along. The Cunningham train is going ahead, and the train has just passed the 350 metre station. The clubs read Palmerston North in first, Lower Hutt in second, Upper Hutt in third, fourth, fifth, with Lower Hutt again in sixth. We've got the two brothers from the Upper Hutt with M and Carl Brenderson. Two twins, I believe, even. But we can beginning to see a little bit of a separation between fourth and fifth. There is now a gap between the two Upper Hutt athletes. We have now got almost two well-deformed groups here. Be interesting to see if any of the athletes in the second group of the men's 1500 will try to bridge across to get into the lead. So we have now passed, coming through the 600 metre mark in this men's 1500. The clock reads 1:40. These athletes will be aiming for the 4-minute barrier here today in Masterton. We'll get the split as they come through the 700 metre mark, and at the apex of the corner they'll be at the halfway. The clock still reads 1:59 through the 700 metre. When they begin to make the sharp left-hand turn, they'll be halfway through the race. They come through halfway in around 4:05, 4:06. They're on pace for a 4:10 now today. There's still a bit of separation between the leading. The second of the Upper Hutt athletes have bridged across, so we now have a leading four, with just 650 metres to go in this men's 1500 metre here today. Justin is led from the gun, and he looks like he will continue this trend for the remainder of the race. But the lower Hutt athletes are leading Justin use every bit of wind advantage. But here on the hot day of Masterton, leading the wind might almost have a bit of slight benefits for the cooling effect. But athlete number 8, Jacob Williams, is right on the shoulder now, closely followed by his counterpart, athlete number 10. And they come through the bell in 3:07. They'll have to close in a 53 to get a sub 4. But so we do not think that will be happening today. But sub 14 is still absolutely on the cards. It is still Justin with the two lower Hutt athletes in second and third respectively. The gap to the upper Hutt athletes is now long gone. This is come down to a 3-man race. You've got the national, and now it's a 2-man race. The second of the lower Hutt athletes is dropping off. He cannot handle the pace. Justin has increased the hammer. He is going for the gradual wind up here in the men's 1500. Each section of this last lap has gotten faster, and Justin Cunningham has gone to the arms. He is arm driving, but the little athlete from lower Hutt is not letting the increased pace increase the distance. They are as close as ever. They've run 1,350 metres, and still the gap is under 1 metre. Can Justin hold it from the lead? He is opening the inside line. Does the lower Hutt athlete get a gust of wind from the inside? The lower Hutt athlete is closing on the inside. They're coming around to lap an athlete, and Justin Cunningham pulls through the lead in 8:10 for second in 8:09, with the second lower Hutt athlete coming through for 8:10. Got the results there on the screen for you. Justin Cunningham 4:07.47 with Jacob Williams 4:07.86. So there we have less than 0.4 of a second, 4/10 of a second separate these two athletes after just 1,500 meters of running. With Leo Hinnick in third with 4:11.60, and F. Robertson in 4:13.28. Good points there today by Upper Hutt, coming in second, third, and fourth and fifth. With only 2 athletes from each club scoring per event, they will get just short of the maximum possible. We now have just 3 athletes left on the track coming along. We have what appears to be a masked athlete now, took over 5 minutes. And now we have the final 2 on the track. Will we see a kickoff for the last place, for the 10th place? We have athlete number 13 versus athlete number 5. Athlete number 5 from Wairarapa has gone to the arms. He's coming around on the outside into lane 2. He cuts round, and the gas of the athlete from Wairarapa is too much for the Upper Hutt athlete to handle. And he comes along to win convincingly for 15th place. 16th place. And now we have the final athlete coming across the line in the men's 1500. We're going to have the heat teams next for this first, the women's 4x1. You can see the start lists for the first, the women's 4x100 metre. In lane 3, we have at Wanganui. Lane 4, we have Palmerston North. Lane 5, we have Wanganui again. And lane 6, we have Kapiti-Mana. The athletes have been called to their marks by the starter. We can see the two teams from Wanganui with only the first of the two teams across getting points. And the race is off. You can see the Palmerston North athlete quick out of the blocks, already closing down the stagger on the second Wanganui team. The Palmerston North athlete now also closes down the stagger on the Mana team. Palmerston North is well and dominant in this lead, and they come out well and truly in front with the second Wanganui athlete on a tear, but also the inside lane Wanganui athlete closing in on the first of the two teams. The Palmerston North athlete already changed before the other teams even get to the change of a barrier. It now looks to be the battle with Palmerston North well and truly in the lead for the second place, with the two Wanganui teams and the Mana team. Palmerston North now has entered the last straight, and they are well and truly clear. They are absolutely flying down the finishing straight. They have set up a stellar quartet. I don't even know if it's for a quad, and they come across in just over 50 seconds in this women's 4x100 meter. What a stellar time for the four women. And the results there, 49.94 for this Palmerston North A team, just under the 50-second barrier. They'll be able to go home happy with that time tonight, with Wanganui B team in second in 53.83 and Kapiti Mana 54.41 for third, with Wanganui A team coming across in 55.03. Interestingly, the Wanganui B team takes out the Wanganui A team, so there'll probably be some selection changes there leading into the New Zealand Secondary School Athletics Championships. We're now seeing the men's 4x1, the exact same teams as in the women's 4x1, with Kapiti Mana in lane 3, Wanganui A in lane 4, Wanganui B in lane 5, and Palmerston North in lane 6. The athletes now have been called to the marks by the starter. Again, the Kapiti Mana 3, Wanganui in 4 and 5, and Palmerston North in 6. And the athletes have been called to the set, and they are up. Looks like the Kapiti Mana with Cody Wilson coming out is on an absolute stormer. He's already eaten up the stagger on lane 2 and 3 and 4. Cody Wilson has gone from lane 3 staggered to 6th in the lead. Kapiti Mana put on an absolute start there with Cody, and they're out with a blinder, but the Wanganui B team is being eaten down, stormed down by the Palmerston North team. Kapiti Mana is well and truly in the lead. They're now out of shot with Wanganui B in second place and Palmerston North and right on the shoulder accounting for the stagger. Kapiti Mana has now safely got this, apart from a bad disqualification from a change. They've got the win with Wanganui in second and Palmerston North in third, with Wanganui as well in fourth. The order is Kapiti Mana, and Palmerston North almost hawks down Wanganui, but Wanganui stays holding on for second and fourth. clocks there. The fourth place in the men's 400 was slower than the winner of the women's 4x1. 42.19 seconds there today for Kapirimana. Absolute blinder with Wanganui B team again in 45.74 and Palmerston North in 45.6. Just 13th of a second separating the two teams. And that there was the first heat of the women's 80-meter hurdles at the 0.6762 height, so the same height that they jump over in the 2,000-meter steeplechase. The race was taken out by Evie Mason in 12:44, with Ellerine Marie in 14:05 in second. Ide Turby in 15:43 and Isla Gutta in 15:72. So in this race here, we have a combined race between men's and women's over the 100-meter hurdles distance. We have the juniors running the junior men running the 100 and the senior women racing the 100 as well. And here we are at the start of the mixed men's and women's 100 meter hurdles at the 0.62 meter height for the women and the higher 0.8 for the men. In the women's category, we have Juliet McKinlay in lane 2 and Grace Fannin in lane 3. They're still in the hands of the starter and about to start at any moment now. This is a 1v1 battle. 1 Wanganui, 1 Palmerston in the women's, 1 Palmerston, 1 Wanganui in the men's. And they're at the marks, and the gun is off, and the athletes are now underway racing. You can see Juliet McKinlay in the lead in the women's 100 metre. It is the 2 Palmerston North athletes who are out top and top. The women, Palmerston North going 1-2 across the line with this Wanganui men's and women's in that order respectively. A tick under 15 seconds there for the winner in the men's 100 metre hurdles. We can see there the times, Juliet McKinlay taking out the lead in the 15.54 and Grace Fannin 16.49 with a positive wind of 0.5 metres per second. The men's results will be up on the screen very shortly.
Don't do anything else. I need to get you.
And then in second place it was Bruce McGregor from Wanganui in 15.74 to claim second in that men's 100 metre hurdles. The next race up is the men's 110 metre hurdles at the high 1.067 metres height. My apologies, we have the under 20 men's 100 metre hurdles at the 0.991 height, with Connor Arthur in lane 4 and A. Robertson in lane 5. We can see now the officials just setting up the barriers, getting everything sure. The key with the officials is that the leading edge of the hurdle has to be in line with the marker, as all distances are taken from the furthest point of the mark to the finish line, and they must all line up.
Come up here, just come into here. But can't be Timana, isn't it?
Yeah. Let me just stand up.
No, it can't be Timana.
Okay, yeah. We're almost done here today, setting up for the men's under 20 100 meter hurdles. We're now up to verifying the flights 7 and 8, ensuring they're at the correct height and at the correct weighting. The athletes are now on the start line, lining up, ready for their race in the men's 110 meter hurdles. This race has now been given the starting clearance, so the athletes will prepare to go down to the blocks. You can see as we're zooming in, the athletes from Kapiti Mana in the white and blue, with the athlete in Hutt from Hutt Valley in the red and white. Thank you so much. Is that all good to go?
Yep.
All right, thank you. So the athletes are now in the set position. The athlete from the Hutt Valley is ensuring that his hands are at the correct wideness, and they're up into the set position, and they're out of the blocks. The Kapiti Mana athlete gets a good start, but the A. Robertson from Hutt Valley is first for the first hurdle. The gap between the first hurdle is only widening as they go across. The lower Hutt athlete is now pulling away a 4, 5, 6 meter lead, and the athlete A. Robertson from Hutt Valley takes the win convincingly with a negative 1.0 meter per second wind. We'll wait for the times now to appear on screen. Here we are, A. Robertson from Hutt Valley in a 15.11, with Connor Arthur just over 1 second behind in 16.16. Next up on the track, we have the women's 800 metres. It's looking like we will have 2 heats in the women's 800 metre unless we run a staggered start. So we can see now the athletes getting their bib numbers and numbers ready for this race of the women's 800 metres. From the way the start lists are looking, we will probably have 2 heats. We now give you the start lists on screen of the women's 800 metre. In lane 2, we have Ava Oatway. Lane 3, Holly Monday. Lane 4, Emma Very, who we saw before in the women's 400 metre. And Sylvia Allen in lane 5. The rest of this race will still be up soon. Here we have the full list of start. 11 in this race. Double up on the inside lanes here in the first heat of the women's 800 metre. Lane 2, Ava Othway. Lane 3, Holly. Lane 4, Emma. Lane 5, Sylvia. And the race is off. And we're away racing. For the first 100 metre of this race, we'll be running lanes with the athletes braking after that point. The athletes have to ensure that they do not brake too early in this race. We can see Emma Very there before from the 800 metre, still up in the front. The athletes have now come to the brake line and they are all braking in. We can see the Hastings athlete with a nice forward lean there. And the order goes Hastings, Palmerston, Hastings, Palmerston. Hastings has now moved into second and third respectively. Hastings is aiming for the maximum points here in this race today, and our leader is on an absolute tear out the front. They're 250 metres in and the clock reads a little under 45 seconds. The athletes, our neat leader now is coming up to the 300 metre mark. If we see that hip number, that appears to be Alia Palmer coming through the lead with hip number 4, Emma Very in second, with hip number 5 and 6 in fourth and fifth. It is still Aliva coming through gets to get the bell, and a tick over 108. She's on pace now for a 2:20 in this women's 800 metre. The whole field is separated by less than 10 seconds today. We still have the leader in the women's 800 metre coming along, getting the bell, now 500 metres into the race. She has pulled a lead of 10 metres, growing to 15 metres, with a pack of 4 forming to chase. She's about to come onto the right hand of your screen there, and you can see the lead. That gap is gradually slowing with the 2 Hastings athletes running on the outside lane 1, trying to block in the 2 Palmerston North athletes, and that gap has suddenly shrunk. Our leader in the race has absolutely hit the wall. She was in the front and she has picked up a massive refrigerator. That refrigerator is on ice mode. The Palmerston North athletes are storming away, but Hastings is not out of this race yet, coming on the inside of on the outside of lane 1. Palmerston North, Emma Very, is she trying to make this a double today. She's trying to back up her win in the women's 400 metre with a win in the women's 800 metre. But the 2 Hastings athletes, hip numbers 5 and 6, which is Sylvia and Caitlin, are coming up. And Sylvia makes a dash for the line with just 10 metres to go to take the win, ahead of Emma McVeary, who fails to do the double today. We'll get your results as soon as they appear for you today. We've got the rest of the athletes coming across, and then we go 2:20.81 for Sylvia Allen, getting the maximum points for the Hornets, with Emma Very just 0.4 behind on 22:21.17. We've Holly Monday coming just up behind the second Palmerston North athlete at 2:21.40, with Caitlin Kirk a further 0.07 behind at 2:21. What a race there to come round. Our athlete from Hastings had led the whole way until she just hit a massive refrigerator at the 600 metre mark and started going backwards. She got spat out the back and left for dust. And then Sylvia Allen waited for the perfect moment and let Emma Very do the work the whole race, only to come around the very end and take out the win. We're coming up next as the second round of the women's 800 metre. We'll have the start lists for you any moment now after we've finished processing this first heat of the women's 800. The men's 800 metre list starts are just assembling there on the right hand side of your screen. These look absolutely crazy fast. There we go. We can see the start lists for the second heat of the women's 800 metre. In lane 2, we have M. Thompson. Lane 3, we have Zoe Broadhead. Lane 4, we have Alice Singleton. Lane 5, we have Charlotte Overden. Lane 6, Natasha McRae. Lane 7, Sophie Dunlop. The athletes are now on the hands of the starter in the second heat of the women's 800 metre. We see here in lane 5, Charlotte Overton, the winner of our women's 2,000 metre steeplechase.
Absolutely, but where do you get them from? Yeah. That's half the battle, isn't it?
And we're off, and the athletes are about to break in the second heat of the women's 800 metre. We can see the athlete from Hastings pulling ahead with Wanganui in second.
Sorry, what was that, Liam?
And the women are now just 250 metres into this race. We can see the athlete from hip number 5, which appears to be Charlotte Overton, the winner of our women's 2,000 metre steeplechase from earlier today. With number 3, Zoe Broadhead in second in the second heat of the women's 800 metre. The lead between first and second is about to grow, but it is how constant the last 200 metres of this race. Looks for second, there is a battle, and they come around the bell in 1:13 for our leader Charlotte. The top 3 here look to separate themselves from the rest of the pack here today, with the second Wanganui athlete, Sophie Dunlop, just behind in fourth. It is still Charlotte, the winner of our 2,000 metre steeplechase, in the lead. It'll be interesting to see if the fatigue from earlier in the day kicks up with her and she starts to drift backwards. But we can see that the Wanganui athlete, Zoe Broadhead, is just on the shoulder, letting Charlotte do all the work, getting the maximum wind advantage. We'll be see if where she will make her move, or if the second Hastings athlete will come up and overkick the two of them. And we see Zoe moves up. It is now just 50 centimetres between first and second, but Charlotte feels the move on her shoulder and decides to kick again. That gap now stays the same as it was just 100 metres ago. There has been no change in the leaders of the second heat of the women's 800 metre. It's still Charlotte Overton in first, with the Wanganui athlete Zoe Broadhead and M. Thompson in second. But Charlotte is storming away now. She got to the final 100 metre, and she did not let anything hold her back. She comes through to take the bell to win in 2:29 to take the lead by over 2 seconds. So we now have the final athlete coming across the line in a tick under 250 in the women's 800 metre. You can see on screen now the results from that second heat of the women's 800 metre. In first, we have Charlotte Overton in 2:28.68, 96. In lane 2, we have M. Thompson in second place with 2:31.39. In lane 3, Zoe Broadhead 2:31.49, just 0.1 behind. Zoe Dunlop fourth, 2:38, with Ella Singleton 2:44. Now on the track, we have probably the most stacked field of the day. The best performance was by Jonathan Maples in the men's 100, but this might have the deepest field overall. The standout name here today is the athlete in the Wellington Scottish singlet of Joe Martin. Joe Martin is known for his class taking out the New Zealand secondary school title in the men's 800 metre last year. Here now, Joe Martin with the personal best of 1:49.59 here today. Taking out the New Zealand under 18 men's title. The New Zealand under 20 men's title in the 800 and 1500 metre earlier this season down in Dunedin, with personal bests ranging from 51 in the 400 to 346 in the 1500 and 404 in the mile. Joe Martin will hope to produce something special on the track here today in Masterton. Talking through the start list, we have Alex Macbeth, one of who I think will be one of the up-and-coming athletes of this coming season to watch out for. We had Sam Ruth last season. Will it be Alex Macbeth this season? In lane 3, we have Blake Miskill. Lane 4, we have Jason Cunningham coming back from his win in the 1500. Lane 5, we have Felix Field. And in lane 6, we have Joe Martin. We wait for the rest of the athletes on the track to appear on the start list. We're now just moments away from the start of the men's 800 metre. The one that I reckon is the best race of the day in terms of the field we will have. The athletes are now behind their blocks. No, we have 8. Yes, we have 8 in this race. We're just going to wait for the remaining 3 athletes to appear on the start lists. Talking in terms of results. We're going to give to you who is leading this one. We'll try to pull up the lap splits. Lane 8, we have Samuel Stitchbury in lane 1. Lane 6 is Joe Martin. Lane 7 is Aidan Gallery. And lane 9 is S. Starlin. And they're off. We see quality fields here coming up already. And Joe Martin is already out. He has already gained a 3-metre lead on the rest of the field before the stagger. And Joe Martin is out on an absolute blinder here today, ladies and gentlemen. He's already put a 5 to 6 to 7 metre lead. What is Joe Martin on? He is up for something absolutely special today. Remember, he's the athlete with the 1:49.59 personal best here in the field. The absolute class of the race. The athlete in the white and red singlet from Taranaki will not let him be from Olympic will not let him be its own way. That is Alex Macbeth in second at the moment, but Joe Martin, my apologies, is in the lead. 300 metres in. Look at that clock. We'll be waiting to see what he comes through. The 400 metre split in, but Felix Field is not letting it all be Alex Macbeth's way. Joe Martin comes through, watch the clock, 52, 53, 54. He comes through the bell in 55 seconds. He's on pace now for today for a 1:52 here in the 800 metre. Remember, he's running solo into the wind. It is still Alex Macbeth in second with Felix Field in third. With the Kapirimana athlete, Blake Miskill in fourth. We can now see the leader of the field, and Joe Martin is putting even more distance into the race. The lead is now pulled up to 25 metres. Joe Martin clocks through the 600 metres and will clock over 123, sorry, for the 600 metres. Joe Martin is now coming up just past the steeplechase bear last waters jump. We can see him coming around. He's driven to the arms. The pain and the lactate is starting to set into just Joe Martin's arms. He has now opened up with 100 metres to go. The lead is well and truly over 30 metres at this point for Joe Martin. Look at that clock. 1:45, 1:46. The lactate is burning inside of Joe Martin's legs, but he will not let that get in his way. 1:52 there unofficially for Joe Martin, with Alex Macbeth coming across the line in 1:55 and the second Blake in 1:57 respectively. With the majority of the field well under 2 minutes here today. We can see there the official time for Joe Martin, 1:51.67. Just like Joe Martin went through the first lap, 400 metres officially in 54.42 to close his second lap and a 57.27. The lactate out there was too much for Joe to bear, dropping off about 3 seconds between the laps, but still overall a mighty impressive performance by the young athlete, leading into his final year of New Zealand Secondary School Athletics Championships, with Alex Macbeth producing a time of 1:55 and Blake also 1:56. But Joe Martin, stand out of the field, 1:51.67 today, absolutely solo in the heat of Masterton. Running solo with no one to take the wind. Just trying to see who got round this race. Just Joe Martin, 151.67. How do you feel about that, Will?
It's amazing to watch. Solo as well.
We could see that just out of the gun, he broke away, and before they'd even got to the stagger, Joe Martin had already put 10 metres on the rest of the field. We're now ready for the second heat of the men's 800 metre. In lane 1, we have Charlie Hobbs. Lane 2, Noah McNeil. Lane 3,
Yes, we're ready for a start for this car.
the race is about to start. And the race is off. Here today, the second heat of the men's 800 metre. And the athletes are almost out of the blocks, about to the breaking point. They've just broken at the point now. Coming across, we can see the athlete from Taranaki in the lead with the second WAC, with the WAC athlete in second, with Palmerston North also in third. The Taranaki athlete will just wait to see who he is when our start lists on our screen roll over. The Taranaki athlete appears to be Brian Ibsen, with the Palmerston North athlete lane 5, Max Dawansky, coming back from racing earlier today. We're watching that clock. Will they come under in under 60 seconds? Will this heat be trying to break the magical 2-minute barrier here today? They come across in 60 seconds, bang on the mark. The leaders in this men's 400, 800 metre.
It's actually running quite smoothly when you think about how many people are.
And we have our athlete Brian Ibsen pulling up with just 200 metres to go, with the Wellington Harriers athlete in second. You can see Joseph Detroit, well known in the Detroit family for absolutely volunteering. There's 3 of them here today officiating around the track. You have Michael, Philip, and Sarah all officiating here, and then we have Joseph in this race. But here on the track, you can see Brian Ibsen absolutely pulling ahead. He'll be keeping an eye on that clock on the screen. The clock will tick just over 2 minutes now. He'll be in the sub 205 territory here today, and a tick over 203 with the Palmerston North athlete in second and the WAC athlete in third. Also on the track today, we get you those times as soon as they come out.
Is a DNF. Number 8 is a DNF.
Unfortunately, F. Robertson was unable to finish this race. We'll have results for you as soon as they come. Here we have Brian Ibsen in 203.35. We can see athletes lining up. I'm not sure what this is, if we're doing some sort of relay presentation. But here on the track, we have the teams for the women's 200. The race has been called on the marks. The athletes are about to start. Start lists are now on your screen. You can see the athletes such as have already raced today, coming back.
3K mark. Yeah, it's 200, so I've just got it up on the screen.
Yeah, I'll come in and do it. And the race is off. You can see the athletes already out under the gun. With a right around the brown, we have Juliet McKinley in the lead, pulling away. Already coming around the bend. You can see the athletes, my apologies, the athletes in the inside lane, looks to be lane 4. Coming ahead to pull away from the lead. With the dip for the win. We'll have the results there for you on screen very shortly.